That's there. That should be the right audio line. Okay, let's try this. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, we're going to attempt to recreate a painting by one of my favorite artists. Today, we're going to be looking at the master Elena Osipova. Let's start that again. I want to get her name right. That's embarrassing. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, we're going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today, we're going to be looking at the artwork of Elena Osipova, and I think her story is incredibly inspiring, and I think considering everything going on in the world today, especially to our friends down in the United States and Minnesota and all the difficulty there, I think, oddly enough, a Russian artist who has been standing up to the government and especially Vladimir Putin, despite all of the many arrests and imprisonments and destruction of her work over the years, I think is something that we can all take inspiration and lessons from. So I'm super excited to take a look and feature this incredible person, probably one of the bravest persons that I can think of, is certainly the bravest living artist that I know of. And we're going to be featuring her, looking at her incredible paintings. I just think, yeah, man, if half of us had the amount of courage that this woman has, I think we would be living in a much more peaceful, beautiful world. So, Elena Osipova, today's episode is dedicated to you, obviously. And she is still alive, still fighting the good fight. So, very proud to be going around the world, around the sun, on this world with this incredible artist. Before we get going, let's take a look at the plan for today's artist. We are going to be, in a moment, talking about how difficult or complex today's painting is, if it's something that you want to try doing. We'll talk about materials required to paint a painting like this. We'll do an image transfer. I'll show you how to get that started. Maybe we'll do an Imprimatura, I'm not sure. We'll talk about her biography. We'll talk about the profound effect she's had in culture in Russia as well as beyond. And I think it's really important to talk about artists like this, so that, because reading interviews with her, she often feels very alone and that no one's listening, that no one cares. And I want her to know that there are people on the other side of the world that understand what she is fighting for, and that her cause is righteous and true, and she has had a profound effect on the world. Very important person. So I want to feature her work here. If you want to support the channel, please consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. And if you want to support the channel, you can leave a donation here. There are links down in the description, however, to support organizations that are helping Ukrainians fight and survive. Doctors Without Borders. All of the links are down there below. to stop this terrible war that's going on in Ukraine right now. And being of Ukrainian descent, that's something very important to me. I want you to also consider joining our Facebook group and uploading a picture of whatever you've created to the group so we can celebrate your work. And regardless of where you are in your creative journey, whether that's recreating a painting by Osipova that we're about to do today, or something else that you've been working on, even if it's the free drawing course that we did almost 6 years ago, I still give people free feedback on how to make their art even better, although I often spend a lot of the time just celebrating people's artwork. So this is what our Facebook group looks like, and grows day by day, and I'm just so excited and so proud of all the incredible work that we see there on the group. Okay, so let's get to it. To the recently renamed Scale of Complexity, as opposed to Scale of Difficulty. I don't like the word difficulty yet. The more and more I said it, it's like, it's about complexity. Complexity just means it might take a little bit more time. So where are you on the scale of complexity? Or maybe where is this painting on the scale of complexity? So we have here beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, and masters. So we've got beginner artist is somebody who's just painting for the very first time, who's never made a painting. I think you could try this painting. I think it might not turn out as good as you might want it to be, but this could be a painting that you could certainly try. A novice is someone who's seen me before, mixed the color wheel, done a few basic exercises, and is starting to understand a little bit about what we're talking about, especially when I talk about warm and cool colors. I think you could probably try this painting. I think this is probably I mean, she's done lots of different artwork, but I think this particular painting will fit nicely for a novice artist. Obviously, intermediate is someone who's been painting for a little while. Could be 2 months or 20 years. Intermediate is kind of a big gray area there. That's where a lot of artists spend most of their time. An advanced painting or artist is someone who's been painting for a while and is now really starting to make their own art, finding images that they want to paint, creating their own images from scratch. And a master is like Elena Osipova herself, creating great artwork and having a profound effect on the world around us. Just like Leonardo da Vinci and Frida Kahlo and Emily Carr, all of the great artists throughout history. I absolutely believe her to be one of the most important artists alive today, and many blessings to her. Let's talk about the materials required to make today's painting. So I've done an entire hour-and-a-half long episode going into great depth about this. So I'm just going to go through this relatively quickly in about 5-10 minutes, just to give a quick summary for those who are just watching for the first time. But you can scan this QR code and go to the Dropbox folder, download the free PDF that's there. You can look at it on your phone while you're standing in an art supply store. You can print it out, take it with you to an art supply store, or use it to help you order supplies. It's totally free. You don't have to give me your email address. You don't have to give me any money. No one but you, and I guess maybe Dropbox, knows that you'll have visited that page and looked at these files. So there's no paywall that you have to go through or over to get to all of these resources. It's really important to me that all of these classes are free and accessible for anybody on planet Earth. However, those people currently living on Mars, I'm sorry that you've been subjected to this outrageous fee. I got to put my daughter through school somehow. So we are about to make an acrylic painting on a canvas board, and I like using these particular Fixsmith boards. There's a link in the description for that, but you could use any board from that you find at the dollar store. I do think these ones, which are about $2 a piece, are better than the ones at the dollar store that cost $1. Anyway, link in the description to buy those. One thing I do, however, is I take them out of the plastic and then I apply some white acrylic gesso, sand it. After it dries, I sand it down. I just get a smoother surface, and that makes it easier to paint on. Other materials. I don't know if we'll use any of this. Good idea. I put this really exclusively here for myself to remember to get some rags out so that if I make a mistake, I can quickly clean it up. And that goes for even just spilling your coffee or your tea. We're going to use what's called the split primary palette. I didn't invent it, but I'm on a mission to make this more widely known. I think every kid in elementary school should know this, alongside knowing how to spell their own name. I think if everybody knew how to mix color and to express themselves visually, and had a creative outlet for their feelings, thoughts, and emotions, you could be like Osipova yourself. You could make posters. You could go out into the street and bring attention to causes, as well as express your own story. Right? And I think there's particular reasons why some people in power don't want everybody to be able to express themselves. Right? Interesting to think about why that might be, right? Especially in our current times. Anyway, the split primary palette emphasizes color temperature. So every color has a temperature. Some colors are warm, some colors are cool. And managing color temperature helps us create the illusion of space in a painting. Even if you're doing an abstract painting, like one of the greatest Russian artists, Kandinsky, who Osipova is a fan of, and even he used color temperature to create depth in his fully abstract, or what we would call non-representational painting. So you just have to ask yourself when you're mixing a color, where is it in my painting? Is it close to the front of the painting? Like if you think of a painting like a window, is it close to the window? Or is it way in the background, like in the mountains, right? If it's in the mountains, it's going to be probably cool colors. If it's in the foreground close to that window, it's going to be warm colors. So it just helps simplify the color mixing process. We're about to use these Amsterdam paints, which, surprise, surprise, is a Dutch company. And I'm not spade. I hope not. I'm not sponsored or paid by anybody to give to promote anything or any products. No one, like, I just think that this particular brand of paint is your best bang for the buck. It's the cheapest paint and the highest quality paint for the least amount of money, essentially, right? You could certainly spend more money, such as on Golden, which is about 3 times the price for about half the paint, or it's, yeah, roughly about that. And it's maybe 10% better in quality. It's also a little bit thicker in terms of texture, which some people love, some people hate. So just be aware of all of that. Look at all those comments. Okay, I'll get to that in a moment here. I'm going to flip through all of these brands. Again, this is all on the handout that you can download from the Dropbox folder, so I'm not going to go through this. But if you really wanted, you could pause and screenshot some of these things if you wanted to know if the colors you have are going to work well for this particular approach to painting. Obviously, there's lots of different approaches to painting. No one even talked about this, though, when I was in art school. And so that's why once I was starting to teach myself and I found out about it, I was like, why? Painting would have been so much easier had I known about this back in the day. So there's 4 brands that myself or people in our community have used that I do not recommend. And that's Fevicryl, Mary's, Peebo, and Museum Color. Peebo, I think, is particularly terrible because Peebo is like the McDonald's of painting supplies, probably the largest acrylic paint brand on earth. And essentially what these paints do is they add a lot of white, titanium white to the paint. Now, every paint company kind of does that, but these guys do way too much of it, and it means that you can't mix a black like I'm about to do in today's episode from these bright colors. Your paints always have a tint to them, which is what happens when we add white to a color, is we tint a color. And it means all your colors are pastel. And so if we try to mix a couple colors together, they always just seem kind of muted and dull. And I love bright, saturated colors. I also like the ability, if I don't want those saturated colors, to make them dull or less saturated, if I want. But I want to have that choice. I don't want the supplies to dictate what I'm capable of doing. Okay. My goodness. Look at all these comments. There's Alex. Alex from Sweden. Hi, Alex. And there's Maruf from Bangladesh. And LR Fanbro says, having a conversation with Alex there. Alex says, I've kind of been mentally, emotionally burnt out today. Well, let's light a fire inside of you today, Alex. Minnesota's standing up. We all got to stand up. I agree 100%. Christina! Yeah, fight the power. I love it. School's tiring. Christina Slava Ukraini. Absolutely. Slava means glory. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the fighters. Alex is in science right now. We're going to change to film. Interesting. That could be cool. Well, certainly keep us posted. If you start making some movies, I'd love to see what you create, Alex. Interesting. Gymnasium is the name of the kind of 9th year of mandatory school. Okay. Different. I mean, gymnasium, we call that here in North America, is like, we call like gym class, is like physical education. It's where you change into your shorts and t-shirts and play basketball or climb a rope or go do swimming and stuff like that. So I haven't heard of that. An interesting. Every country's got a little bit of a different way of naming things, hey? Christina, I always detested math. Hey, right there with you. Oh my goodness. I barely graduated high school. I was almost unable to go to art school, ironically, unless I graduated from math. But I'll tell you, one of the things I did is I made a conscious decision to make math the most exciting class. I instead of sitting at the back of the class, I started sitting at the front of the class and just sat there and was like, I love math, because I'm like, I gotta do this, otherwise I gotta stay in school another year. And you know what? At the end of the year, I got one of the best grades in math in the class. And a large part of it, I think, is just mindset. Instead of going like, oh, I hate math, I was like, I'm gonna make this. I'm gonna have a blast. And somehow a little thing clicked in my head, and I was able to get through it. Anna Kinski says, out of topic, I picked up drawing as a 20-year-old to draw comics. I feel so left behind. What do you think? So you've just turned 20 and you feel a little bit behind trying to get started in comic drawing. I think you're in the perfect place. I think if you're 90 years old, it's never too late to start pursuing the thing that you're passionate about. So whether you're 5 or you're 10 or 20 or 50, 90, now is always the best time to start. It's never too late. And I think I think when you're younger, you have a lot more energy and enthusiasm, and that is certainly helpful. But I wouldn't say you're behind because you should have started 5 years ago when you were 15 or something. Numbers like that, the older you get, don't matter at all. So I hope that you do pursue your dream of drawing comics. Okay, so let's get going here. Our next step is, or really maybe our first step, is to get an image on the canvas. So let's just take a quick look here. So here's our painting, and then here's the outline that I did using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. I just basically traced over the lines as best as possible. You probably would have done a slightly different tracing than I did, because you're like, I don't know if I would have put that line there. Great. You're certainly welcome to do your own line wherever you like. But if you want to find out where to get this image that you can download and print, you can go to our Dropbox folder, the same folder I mentioned before, where you can download the PDF that has the materials list to help get you started. You could scan this QR code. In fact, let's just take a look here. And you'll see at the very top, this is what the Dropbox folder looks like. If you click that link or you scan that QR code, you'll see the supply guide here at the very top. Let's just take a look at that. You'll see there's a black and white version and a full color version of that. And then you've got the basic resources to get you started with the color wheel, the value scale, all those things. And then there's about 400 folders from artists from around the world. I mean, you got Beatrix Potter, who did Peter Rabbit, Caspar David Friedrich, the great German romantic painter, Claude Monet, Diego Rivera, Edouard Manet, Edvard Munch, Edward Hopper, and where are Elena? Oh, there we are. Elena, I should say. Elena Osipova right here. And inside this folder, you'll see there's a lot of stuff. I basically I spent all day yesterday going through her work and trying to create images that we could paint today or in the future. The painting that we're going to do right today is this one here, Portrait of a Woman. I don't actually know what it's called or when it was painted or even technically the exact dimensions of this painting. I couldn't find any information about that, but you'll see that there's lots of pictures of this painting in her apartment. Anyway, I've got two versions of the painting here, as well as two versions of the outline. We'll talk about all of these different versions, but for our purpose at this stage, all I need to worry about is downloading the template to get our painting started. So again, I'm going to take my canvas panel, which, as I mentioned before, I took out of the plastic, sanded, applied some white acrylic gesso, let it dry overnight, then sanded it again with 100 grit sandpaper. So I've got a nice smooth surface. And that just makes it easier to paint on. You don't have to do that, but I think if you do, you probably find it's like, whoa, this is a lot easier to paint on than that really textured surface that we might normally be used to. I'm just debating, do I want to move this up? I might move it up just a little bit. Do I want to put it halfway? I'm going to put it a little bit closer to the bottom because most of this is down here, but I don't want to leave too much empty space at the top there. Okay. Now, I'm going to use some carbon paper. You'll notice that this carbon paper has been used multiple times. Some of them have been used a lot because we can reuse the carbon paper over and over and over again. And this is for some Ukrainian Easter eggs that my daughter and I did. I've done a bunch of episodes that have never aired. One of these days I'll edit them together. And they get really sad because, especially those videos with my daughter where she's really young. Oh, growing up too fast. Oh my goodness. Okay. think that was basically where it was when I started, right? Okay. So, it's always a good idea to make a line or two and just double check that you've got the carbon paper right side up or right side down. Because just notice if I do something similar here, nothing appears there. And you can see, however, it appears on this side. And I've seen people constantly, all the time, get this carbon paper backwards, spend 20 minutes outlining something only to find that they had the carbon paper upside down the whole time. The gray lines, I think you can either not paint at all or transfer kind of lightly, just because they might show through maybe more than you want, especially those ones on the face. So probably going to leave most of that blank. So I'm just double checking I got all the most important lines down. Okay. Anakinski says, "Thank you, Markowsky. I'll do my best." You better. I can't wait. Let's do this. Let's change the world. Share your story. Don't hesitate. Your voice is important. Okay, let's away. Next up, I want to talk about the Imprimatura. The Imprimatura is an Italian word that means the prime layer or the first layer of paint. And there's lots of different reasons why artists throughout history have done an Imprimatura, and lots of different colors that artists have used to do this. For me, at this stage, it's often just something I like doing kind of a bit out of habit or routine, but it's a way for me to transition from one mode of thinking that is like, okay, what do I got to do, get at the grocery store today? Oh, I got to write that email to so-and-so, and I got to go to this meeting. The Imprimatura is kind of like the first way for me anyway. It could be different for anybody else. I'm just talking about myself. But it's like crossing this threshold where I go, okay, you know what? I'm going out of that room and I'm going into a more creative space, and I can just start painting really quickly without having to think too much. There's lots of other reasons you see on the screen there. I'm not going to go into all that. But I did want to show kind of something like this, which is, we see here on the top, this is a painting by Leonardo da Vinci that he left unfinished. He left a lot of stuff unfinished. In fact, he probably left more unfinished artwork than finished artwork behind. But you could see that he stained his canvas with this sort of yellowish brown color. Right? And then another artist who at one point was literally working across the room from him is Michelangelo. And here you could see he's used a green Imprimatura. Right? So two different artists, two of the greatest Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles of all time, who had very different philosophies and approaches to painting, and so you could use whatever color you want, just knowing that those colors are going to influence and affect the final outcome. So it depends on kind of maybe what we want to say or what we want to do. So let's look at her painting and see if we can detect an Imprimatura here. I don't know, but I am going to look at this painting. So this is the painting in her studio. And when I look at this, it does look like there is no Imprimatura here. It looks like she's painting directly onto a white canvas. So I'm just trying to decide if I want to go directly. I kind of like doing this anyway. I think I'm going to put an Imprimatura here anyway, even though it's technically not something that she did on this painting. So, in fact, let's get some color onto the canvas here. Okay. So usually what I do is I just take some warm yellow right out of the tube and paint with it. I'm going to, however, make my own little slightly off-white color. So I'm going to take some warm yellow, some warm red, and some warm blue. mix these up to make a brown. Because after all, brown is just a mixture of yellow, red, and blue. Or basically, it's making an orange and adding blue to it. All right, so I'm going to start off with this, and then I'm just going to heavily dilute it with a bunch of this white. So let's just take this color. Just making a slightly off white color here. And you know what? I am going to put a bit more yellow in here. And then I'm going to add some water. This way I'm going to get a kind of nice kind of cream color going on. You're just going to have a little bit more nuance so that if there's gaps between the colors as I paint, it's not just going to be plain white there. You know, a master like Elena can get away with it because she's, I think, one of the great artists of all time. But I think for those of us who are just getting started, something like this can be really helpful. Again, you don't have to do this at all. So if you're like, I've never seen anybody do that before, well, that probably means you're just getting started on your painting journey. I'm sure she would have learned this when she was in art school, but a lot of artists from the past 100 years decided not to use this step for all sorts of various different reasons. And so it's quite common for artists today not to do this. And so I'm going back and forth here, because what I'm trying to do is get the paint to soak into the surface and get into all the little nooks and crannies of my painting. Just going to wipe off that excess paint. Beautiful. You'll notice I just wiped off as much excess paint off onto a rag so that when I clean my brush, yes, it's gone cloudy, but just always remember that acrylic paint is plastic. And unfortunately, when I pour this down the sink later on, it's probably mostly going to go straight out into the ocean. And nobody likes eating fish that have been eating plastic. All right, I don't know about you, but plastic's just not that delicious. So I'd rather have most of my paint go onto a rag, which goes into the garbage, then goes into a landfill, than have that plastic go into the food system, right? Never mind the fact that the fish deserve to live in a relatively healthy environment too. Okay, I'm just going to give this a quick blow dry. You know what, I should have just left that. Oh well, we're going to put paint all over all of it. Ah, there's Ari in the chat. Hi, Ari. How are you doing today? Cool. Great. Okay. Let's leave that there. Brush off. Don't want to have a paintbrush sitting on my palette slowly drying for the next little bit here. Okay, while this painting continues to dry, or the Imprimatura, the stain, technically not paint but a stain, let's talk a little bit about Elena Osipova's life, biography, the times in which she was born and created and lived in, and the effect that she is, the incredible, profound effect she's had on culture today. Okay. I want to mention right off the top here that I would say that Osipova is probably the single most powerful and influential voice of resistance in Russia since the death of political prisoner Alexei Navalny, which is saying something, that this little old lady in St. Petersburg who is known as the conscience of St. Petersburg, is, I think, one of the most important voices of reason in all of Russia, which is literally the biggest country in the world. So, again, I can't overstate how important this woman is, and how much I admire her. So Elena Osipova, and you'll maybe just at the top here, you'll often notice in English, Elena is spelt with a Y or an E, and I've spelt it with an E because that's kind of maybe more common how it's spelt in English. Technically, there's no difference. Really, it's just differences in translation into English. One reason why people might put the Y in front is because it helps emphasize that the name is said not Elena, but Yelena, right? So just so often people in English write it with a Y to help emphasize the correct pronunciation of her name here. So Elena was born shortly after the siege of Leningrad, which is one of the most infamous battles, tragedies in human history. For 2.5 years almost, the Nazis laid siege on the city of what then was called Leningrad in an attempt to completely starve the population of Russia's second largest city during World War II. And miraculously, the citizens of what is now known as St. Petersburg survived, but it was hard. I mean, the stories, I won't go into it, but the atrocities, that what people had to do to survive, literally eating the paint off of the walls, boiling the wallpaper for the glue, the paste, and eating that. I mean, it's really terrible. So she was born just a year after the Leningrad or St. Petersburg was liberated by Russian forces, and but she would have been roughly conceived during the most terrible moment in the history of St. Petersburg. Her mother was a doctor in the army. Her parents literally met on the front lines in this horrible, deplorable set of conditions. And so it's kind of like she is literally this flower that blossomed from the rubble of Leningrad, St. Petersburg after the war. Many of her family members did not survive the war, and so that the tragedy of what happened during World War II, even though she was not born during World War II, she was born kind of shortly thereafter, kind of left a permanent, has had a permanent influence on her outlook on life, and encouraged her to adopt a position of pacifism and activism to stand up against war. She's also a outspoken advocate for nuclear de-escalation, for trying to rid the world of nuclear weapons, which will probably never happen, but it's certainly an honorable goal. And hey, you never know. Maybe we'll get to a place where people finally realize that killing each other is not a good thing. I mean, goodness gracious. I mean, what an outrageous an idea, right? So, obviously, being a little kid in a town that was essentially reduced to rubble, there was very little things to do, very little power, electricity, food. So one of the things that she did to occupy her time was to draw. And she showed quite a lot of proficiency at an early stage, and eventually she starts taking classes at what was then called the Tavris. I was able to pronounce this last night. Tavrichskaya Art School, which actually, I don't even know if that was technically the name of the school at any particular point in time. It appears that school changed names constantly and was named different things, kind of nicknamed by different students. Doing research on her, saw that she had what appeared to have gone to like 10 different art schools because it was named different things. But today that school is the Roerich St. Petersburg Art School, and Nicholas Roerich himself is a very well-known Russian painter, kind of known as part of kind of like Russian the Symbolist movement. This is a painting by him that I just love, that I think maybe we'll do at some point. But he's known for kind of blending kind of Russian Orthodox icon painting, like Rublev type of work, with kind of more Eastern types of philosophy. Anyway, he's a super important painter in Russian history, and especially in St. Petersburg. Incidentally, I know this is totally just off track, but there's the, what do they call it? The Roerich Treaty, or the Roerich Pact, is a he was kind of instrumental, essentially, in creating a code of conduct for the protection of culture and artifacts during times of war, in the same sort of way that we have kind of the there's certain kinds of, what do they call that, the in the same way that there are protections for people and codes of conduct during war, and we've heard a lot about how Putin and Russia have violated and created atrocities throughout Ukraine, Bucha being kind of one of the most tragic genocidal acts during this particular war, among many. But Roerich was quite well known for essentially creating this flag which kind of symbolize like, this is an important heritage site. Please don't destroy it. Please don't pillage it. We understand that there's a big war going on, but please respect this. Tragically, that's not what Russia has done during this illegal invasion, occupation of Ukraine, and has systematically gone and destroyed and looted many museums throughout Ukraine. And we featured some of those stories in the past. Anyway, I just want to kind of mention a little bit about that. Let me see. Let's go back to her biography. You know, when she was in art school during the 1960s, she started school in 1962. The school was mostly focused on teaching Russian realism, which is a particular approach to, they must mention something like that in this. Interesting. No? Let's... Or socialist realism, or Soviet realism, was essentially making propaganda art for the Soviet system, and features, patriots, workers in factories, soldiers in uniforms, stepping arm in arm towards glory. And so this type of artwork was the official state art of the Soviet Union until its collapse in the early 90s. And so that was kind of the art that she was taught, encouraged, I don't know, necessarily forced to make, because she does talk about how in interviews how she kind of did her own thing, and that basically meant selling her work was impossible, right? So if you're not going to play by the rules, at this time, well, that could get you in a lot of trouble. But if you're not making like anti-government propaganda, and you're just making still lifes, portraits, landscapes in your own way, then the authorities kind of left you alone. But you're certainly not going to get any contracts to paint big murals or do any big designs. And in fact, women weren't really allowed to do what was called like monumental artwork anyway in the Soviet Union, except for some very small, extremely rare exceptions. It was basically off limits to women anyway. So she did what a lot of struggling artists do, which is to teach art. And she also had difficulty there. She talks, it's probably not here, but in one of the, you'll see there's dozens of links and interviews that I've been reading over the past little while here, where she talks about working as a teacher in a school. And she helped found 3 different art schools over the course of her career that essentially the authorities would either confiscate student artwork and destroy it, which she felt was she's like, it's just student artwork, like, leave the kids alone. But they would either do that, or they would take the student artwork and, as she would say, while it was still wet, and sell it. And she said, if they were just selling it and that money was going back into the school, she could kind of begrudgingly understand why that was happening. But she also said that somehow the money just never seemed to come back into the school, and there were never really enough supplies. So if somebody's taking the art, selling it, and who knows where that money is going, right? I mean, that was kind of the way things went in the Soviet Union for, saying that there was corruption in Soviet Russia and the Soviet Union is an understatement, to say the very least. That same level of corruption is still something that plagues Russia, and even to a certain extent Ukraine. That's one of the big things Ukraine is trying to do, is clean up this culture of corruption that has plagued Slavic countries for centuries, going all the way back to when Russia and Ukraine, Poland, and all these countries were run by kings and oligarchs. Right? Things just haven't really seemed to have changed very much in this part of the world, which is why, yeah, I'll go down a whole rabbit hole here. Okay, what else do I want to talk about? She was married for a period of time from 1980, or sorry, I'm not sure exactly when they got married, but she was married to Gennady She was married to Gennady Harvart, who died during a trip to Sweden. Why that happened? Obviously, lots of mysterious deaths seem to always happen in Russia. People, as the saying goes, seem to always fall off balconies. Just there's this plague of accidental slips while people are on the top of buildings, right? Just, I mean, I guess it's just very slippery in Russia, right? They did have a son, Ivan, who lived from 1981 to 2009 and worked as a stagehand for the Lensovet Theater, and a few other theaters, but died in 2009 at the age of 28 of tuberculosis, a consequence of drug abuse. That's another tragedy, is drug abuse and alcoholism are rampant within Russian society. Because as you'll see, even this incredible artist, her living situation is kind of bleak, right? If those of you who've got older family members, be kind of like, oh my goodness, this poor lady, 90-year-old woman living in this situation is certainly not what we would hope here in the West for our family. Let me see. So she, for most of her life, is, quote, just a painter, just making paintings, not really exhibiting her paintings, certainly not having any solo exhibitions, exhibiting her artwork here and there in group exhibitions, but living in relative poverty and obscurity throughout most of her life. It's not really until around 2002 when she starts to become politically active. And this is going around the same time that she retires. She retires in 2009. So shortly before she retires, she sees the chaos in Russia, the various different wars that the new president Vladimir Putin has enacted. So like the various different Chechen wars that happen after the fall of the Soviet Union, and she shows up in the middle of one of the main big squares in St. Petersburg and starts to protest against the government. And again, as a pacifist, her kind of emphasis is on the lives of the victims of the war, of war, as well as the lives of the soldiers who die in those wars on both sides. That she feels that all of these conflicts can be prevented and are insane and horrific and destructive in the long term, right? There might be some temporary gain of a little bit more territory here and there, but what is the purpose? And when she first starts doing those protests, she would talk about how she would, like, I mean, I can show dozens of, let's go to some of these articles, where she would show up to places, you know, she talks, it was necessary to raise the issue of ending the war. I think this is, originally this is protesting the war in Chechnya. People continued to die, but no one spoke publicly. Nobody cared. Only the mothers of whose children fought cared. And even then she talks about how she would be out there just silently protesting with her signs, and people would come up and spit on her, or they would take her signs and tear them up. Particularly even like the mothers of some of these soldiers who were fighting in the wars thought that she was like anti-soldier, didn't support the military, and she was like, I'm fighting for your son. I'm trying to get your son to come back so he doesn't die needlessly in the war. Like, I'm, you know, she doesn't say it, but it's like kind of, she almost seems to care more about other people's children than those mothers and fathers do of their own children, right? Her first political poster said, "Mr. President, change your way urgently." Right? I mean, that's it says it right there, right? That she's like, it's not too, she says in many different interviews, like, it's never too late. It's never too late to stop. Right? And no matter, we might feel like we've crossed the Rubicon, that river of no return, but we can always stop. It's and I would say that that's about today. Like, you know, people talk about like, well, Putin can't stop now, but what's the alternative? Just to fight until the complete and utter destruction of Russia? Like, seriously? She says, the country was asleep. People have been patient all the time. We lived to start a war with Ukraine, to the point where the whole world turned away from Russia. How could the country of Pushkin, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky get to such a thing? Such a great, simple statement. You know, some of my favorite, Dostoevsky's probably my favorite author of all time, and to see the country from that birthed such a miraculously incredible author descend into such insanity is so tragic. And we could say that about what's happening in the United States right now. Some of my favorite artists, poets, writers, actors, filmmakers, athletes, thinkers, come from a country which is descending into chaos. You know, I just find her such an inspiring person. She's like, I can die at any moment. I can only hold on to medicine. She can't even hold those signs up that you'll see throughout these pictures. She's 90 years old. So she often just goes and just kind of rests them against things now and just stands next to them, or often sits down with them on her lap. But she says the strength comes from somewhere, and I go to people to have time to say something important. And she says, yeah, here's where she addressed to the president, it's never too late to change course. It's never too late. And she says, he's a man at the age when it's time to think about repentance for the harm you've done to the people in your life. This is a Russian woman living in Russia right now who's saying things like that, despite the fact that other people who say things like that disappear. Never heard from ever again. Maybe they show up in Siberia like Alexei Navalny and mysteriously catch a cold and die. Oh my goodness, how did that happen, right? Oh my goodness. The bravery of this person, as far as I'm concerned, is so incredibly inspiring that I cannot think of a single other person who, especially in Russia, who is willing to make this type of a sacrifice. I think part of it has to do with the fact that her husband and her son have long since passed away, and really there's nothing else to take from her. She talks about even they keep fining her and raising those fines, and then people will raise money to help her, and she just takes that money and gives it away to like a lawyer or somebody else who's trying to defend another activist. She talks about how accepting that money would go against her beliefs and what she's trying to do. I'm not exactly sure I understand why, but I do admire her resilience and her determination in the face of just insurmountable odds. It's interesting here, she says that she's first of all an artist, not a political activist. I don't know. I see another quote of hers where, from a different exhibition, she says she believes, although that first of all, at the end of the day, she's an artist, that people should be interested in her political paintings. Because for this exhibition, she's showing artwork that she made in and around St. Petersburg. So, she's showing off her work for St. Petersburg. It's non-political artwork. But she's sort of saying, like, this is all fine and great, but I wish we would focus more on my political artwork. And that's definitely something, I'll show you a bunch of her artwork here in a moment, that feel very conflicted about making a painting that is decidedly not political for today's episode, as opposed to focusing on some of her more political artwork. I think I'm going to do a second episode a little bit later on that is much more overtly political. But I kind of wanted to start really by featuring one of, I think, her greatest paintings to ground her political activism, so that we can first foremost take her seriously as an artist and then recognize how she's taken her creativity and used it for change and for good. I will point out that there is a Facebook group that was created for her. You may or may not know that pretty much every browser, whether that be Safari or Google Chrome, has an opportunity to translate things into English or into any other language too. So I just translated this from Russia into English. And so this group is, updating the page with some of her more recent protests and imagery. All right, so we see this can be a little frustrating how it starts to translate the images. But look at this lady, 90 years old. This is just from October of last year. She's got her little cane and walker. Her hair's gone totally white. She talks about how the pain, she has so many physical ailments that the pain is excruciating. And so while so many other people of her age and dealing with health issues like that sit around and just watch reruns of Murder, She Wrote, she's out there on the street in one of the most repressive regimes on earth, standing up and fighting, or sitting down and fighting, but willing to put her life on the line, is just if I wish, I hope to be someone like her when I'm that age. I was going to say when I grow up. Maybe you know. There is also a VK.com page. I didn't even know what that is, but VK.com is essentially Facebook in Russia, or Russia's version of Facebook. I didn't realize that it is the 30th most visited website in the world. It is regularly blocked by Russian authorities, however, but if you are in that side of the world and you can access it, you might be able to get maybe more information on her than might end up showing up on Facebook. I don't know. I put all the links to all these different interviews with her in here. She's I was trying to find it this morning. I was having some technical difficulties, and so you'll notice I've highlighted passages in some of these pages, but I had to restart my computer, and of course I lost all that information. You know, she just talks about the indifference of people, those who pass by. They don't want to think about the future and their children. The biggest trouble is that all this will remain with our children. They'll have to rake everything after us. I like that. I mean, this could be a mistranslation, but that idea of, like, the leaves falling from the trees, those leaves are just going to keep falling, and if we don't take care of it, our children are going to have to get in there and rake up all of those leaves after us, right? And she says, a society that does not think about the future has no right to exist. Oof. She says here, the past 20 years have not increased Elena Osipova's health. Now it's hard for her just to stand. And if there's nothing to lean on, her back hurts, her legs ache. It's hard to hold posters in your hands for a long time, so she has been often helped into the police car. She doesn't resist, but they have to carry her into these. However, the artist categorically insists that she feels neither fatigue, nor disappointment, nor apathy, nor powerlessness. She says, it's not clear where the strength comes from. I don't feel very well physically, but it's important to say something. And so I, just thinking about this and what's going on with our brothers and sisters down in Minnesota right now, who are standing up for democracy in North America, it's important to stand up, because I think even just the fact that a few people, there's been people standing up down there, and unfortunately some people have died as a result of that. That seems like the tide is turning, and how important it is for people to stand up for what they believe in, for what's right and true. Otherwise, as she's saying, maybe I've got another quote by her. If I can find it. So she says, it used to be that the biggest fine I got was 5,000 rubles, and people collected the money on the web, and later I just sent it to the prisoners who had been protesting. But the fines now are so high that you cannot pay them. It's too bad that society resigned itself from the outset and did not oppose those laws. After all, they could have resisted and taken to the street, but unfortunately, when people have begun to live better, they become indifferent. So she's talking about there was a time when people could have stood up and done something, but people were too afraid, or they were just like, you know what, not really my fight. It doesn't affect me right now, so I'll let it go. And then once those laws become codified, then the police have more and more power to do more and more oppressive and restrictive things. And then it's too late. And then they come for you. So if you don't stand up now, then you better be ready for the new world that will take its place. And I just find that we're looking at what's going on down in the United States right now, and it's important to think, like, you know, where the United States is moving is where Russia is right now. And if people don't stand up and make their voices heard, it's not to then we end up in this particular situation where you just have one little old lady sitting on a street corner trying to speak truth to power, and people walk by and pretend not to notice. So she had an exhibition, this is a few years ago now, that was actually held in the offices of the opposition party in Russia. And so there's a bunch of articles celebrating this exhibition. I'll show you some artworks from that show here in a moment. But the day after it opened, it was supposed to be up for a month. The day after it opened, the police came in, said there's been a bomb threat here. So we have to evacuate the building. We've got to confiscate all the artwork, and what do they call it? It's the posters. Her artwork has been sent for expert analysis. I'm not sure what her paintings have to do with a bomb threat. Like, or what, are they looking for explosives in the paintings? They're often painted on cardboard. So why do they need the paintings to diffuse the bombs? Like, what is the bizarre logic? Or, I mean, there isn't a logic, obviously. These are just absurd, absurd stories invented by the authorities to do what they want to do, right? And we see that happening in the United States right now. Okay, let's get moving here. I think, right? Oh, okay. Let me. I want to share with you some artwork, and you can let me know in the chat. In fact, I want to make a different thing here. So I want to talk about today's painting, why I love it so much, why I've selected it to feature for our class. And as well as I want to talk about some other paintings she's done and maybe get your input onto which paintings we should do going forward if we do another episode or two featuring Elena Osipova. So today's painting that we're about to do, I don't know the actual name of it. I don't even know when it was made. I'm assuming it's oil on canvas because that's what most of her work is done, and I don't even really know the size. But I do know that it's in her collection because, as we'll see, it's on the wall. I have this circa 1970 to 2010 because I think it's somewhere in that period, although I think it might even be more recent. Looking at the kind of canvas it's painted on, looks like it might be potentially a more recent painting, and might not be quite as old as I estimated it to be. So here's the painting that we're about to do. I wanted to mention. Okay, so essentially, what I had to do, because I couldn't find a photograph of this painting on its own, I had to use Photoshop to try to make it work. So what we're doing is I took this image of the painting taken from the side here, and I used Photoshop to kind of stretch it out so it fit. And because there are other images of this painting kind of in behind her while she's doing interviews. So essentially this is that version of the painting. And so, if we tried to, you could see how blurry it would actually appear. So what I did is took that other painting and kind of overlapped it. You could see it did distort it a little bit. So my apologies for that, because this image is from this corner here. You'll notice that in some of these photographs it appears quite green, and in other photographs that green is not quite as visible. That's the original untouched photograph from the photographer, so it's hard to really tell what the original's like. I'm just going to show some other images. So essentially she lives in a building in St. Petersburg. I'll show you the rough address of where she lives. And she basically has 2 rooms, like a bedroom that she lives in. I think she actually probably lives in this room where she's doing the interview. Maybe sleeps on this couch, and then she has a studio. So I think this is where she lives and sleeps. Let me see if I've got the photograph of her studio. So here's where her artwork is just piled up on the walls. She talks about how she hasn't sold or exhibited her artwork in 20 years. And that was from an interview from 10 years ago. So I would imagine all of this artwork is just sitting piled up. And in various different photos, you'll see some of the same paintings moved around all over the place. And her kitchen and bathroom are all shared by other people who live in the same building on the same floor. Right? So that, I don't know. If that was my 90-year-old grandmother living in a building like that, and she's got a couple of rooms, sleeping on a couch, her art is piled up floor to ceiling in the only other room she has, and has to make her tea and food in a shared kitchen with who knows who else is in this space. That makes me really really sad. Let me see. So I want to share with you in fact, I want to share a couple things. So this is this is a street that she lives on, Furshtskaya Ulitsa. I don't know how to say these names. But if we zoom out, so this is kind of where she lives. These stars are locations where she's done many of her protests. So you can see that she lives relatively close to where she's been protesting. And let's just kind of maybe zoom out just so you have a bit of a better idea of where St. Petersburg is on our beautiful planet. All right, so it's up here right next to Finland and the Baltic Sea up there. And then where's Moscow? Where's Moscow? Somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay. There's Moscow over here, Belarus, and then you have Ukraine below here, and most of the fighting happening in these occupied territories and Crimea. So I want to share with you that where she is and where she lives. I also want to just go back to the Dropbox folder and just share with you once again her artwork, just because I'd be interested to see. So you can look at all these different files. These are files that I spent literally all day yesterday, my day off, going through pictures that I found in her space, straightening them out so that they would all fit on 8.5 or 9 by 12 sized canvases, or 8.5 by 11 pieces of paper that you can print out. So I'll just share with you some of the images. So this is the original artwork looks like. You can see I've added a little bit of detail into the sky up here so it can fit nicely. This one, I think, well, it's from the exhibition around the Fountain House, which is this beautiful big yellow building in the middle of St. Petersburg, very near to where she'd done a lot of her protests. So it's Ave Maria. You can see her staying in front of it there, and where it is on an exhibition poster. And you can see it kind of hiding behind some other paintings in her studio. And there's a little photograph that she has of it. You can see her holding it. Here's another painting, a portrait of an artist. I wasn't able to identify who this artist was. You can see that little painting. She's being interviewed for a video interview. You can see it on the wall here. Once again, you can see that painting hiding in the top corner here, and that poster from the previous exhibition we just mentioned. And here's that painting on display at her recent exhibition that lasted for less than 12 hours before all of the artwork was confiscated. I'm hoping that the art that we see in her room is stuff that was returned to her, because it's hard to know when these photos and everything were taken. Here's another. I really love this painting. You'll see this one, it's kind of hiding around in the top of her studio. You'll see it moves down here, and then now it's up here. Alright, it's in the background up there, and then here it's back up there as people visit. There's so here's a photograph of, I think, probably from when that painting was on the ground there. And so I tried to use that to kind of Photoshop it into so that you could paint this painting if you wanted to do that. Here's another painting. This one is kind of maybe the most, quote, I guess you could say realistic or, quote, normal of her portraits, that is the least kind of maybe expressive, but even then it's still fairly stylized too. So that's another one we could do. This one is about the Russian participation in the bombing and genocide destruction of Syria under the former President Assad, that was supported by Putin, and thankfully the Syrian people rose up and ousted him. This is a poster, or a painting that on cardboard, and you can often see that there's folds and creases on them. It's because she would fold them up and put them in like a bag, or carry them under her arm and walk to a space and open them up, right? So they have to be like portable. But if you wanted to do, you can see there's that crease going right through the center if you wanted to do that painting. We'll also see, this is quite a famous image of hers. I think maybe we might do this painting. You can see she's made a few different versions of this. I'm trying to remember exactly what this says, but right in the center it says, "Russia without Putin." Russia without Putin. I mean, and you're standing in the middle of St. Petersburg holding a sign like that. I mean, it's just like the courage of somebody, like, it's just, it's so incredible. Right, this is in the official opposition offices. I'm not even sure how long. I mean, this is from the exhibition that was where all that artwork was confiscated the next day. So here's a possible version. We could paint that with just a plain background. I also did another version with the Ukrainian flag. It might seem kind of strange to paint a painting by a Russian artist on a Ukrainian flag, but here we have her. This is the day after Russia annexed Crimea, her walking through the streets with this poster that says "Peace in Ukraine." She also did another version here that says, "Ukraine, sorry we let it happen." Oof. Oh, I mean, sorry we let it happen. Right, so here's a couple of different versions. There's this one here. You can see I kind of widened it a little bit, and then this is the original one, and then I just replaced that text. There is this other version here that's got the Russian flag kind of on the side of the face there, but the photo was too blurry, so I just kind of changed it up. So if you find that one interesting, that's also possible. From this photograph, you could see this painting by her, which features this guy holding a dove. He's kind of wearing what appears to be like military fatigues. This striped shirt, which is if you're Russian, you know that striped shirt is the kind of the clothing of the Russian Navy. And so it's actually made up of collages of photographs from the newspaper of people protesting, and it says, "Don't become cannon fodder." Ooh. right? So her standing in the middle of a square while next to people who are trying to recruit for the Russian military with a sign that says, "Don't become cannon fodder," is just like, right? And so here's an example. Here's another painting. This one says, like, "Mom, I'm scared. I'm scared of the bombs." And you can see here the police are escorting her into a police van and confiscating her artwork. Here's that painting. I think this might be from the exhibition itself. Although I think that the artwork was confiscated, it looks like in a kind of a darker situation. But I really like this little painting here. This little girl, you see this in a few places in her studio. I like this one. She talks about how Russia, the symbol of Russia, is not a bear but a bird, and the bird can soar high. This one is entitled "Russia is Falling, Save Us." Right, and all the feathers falling off the wings are like peace and health, education. Those are all the things that are falling off the bird as it crashes down towards the earth. Okay, I should get going here. There's lots. I like this photo from an interview I was watching of her just smiling. I just think that makes me feel so heartfelt. And then just her, I mean, she looks like she's just kind of talking, but it also kind of, to me, looks like a fist. I just think that, I don't know, just such an inspiring person. I just cannot get over. Oh, here's maybe just another one here. This is a poster she made about Umarali Nazarov, who was a 5-month-old that was arrested and detained. A 5-month-old child who died in police custody while her mother was arrested in one of these sweeps of illegal immigrants. Does that sound familiar to anybody? Right? And so she made a poster to protest that the arrest and detention of a 5-month-old child. Oh my goodness. So, okay. Yeah, let's get to maybe just why I chose this particular painting of all the paintings on display. Again, I wanted to focus on a painting of hers that was not political, because I'm also thinking, like, I want people to make this painting a painting about this incredible woman, inspired by this incredible woman. And my fear is if I choose something too political, that no one's going to do it, no one's going to watch this episode. But if we do a painting by hers that is kind of apolitical, like, quote, just a portrait, people might paint this portrait, might learn about this artist, and then might feel inspired to paint one of her more political artworks. Not only that, I think it's a beautiful painting. I think it kind of shows her technique quite well, which is very expressive types of brushstrokes, very bold choices of color, which you see in some of her other works, especially some of her more recent kind of landscape works, which feature just like hallucinatory bright colors. And yet I would say there's something even about this woman's expression that is, I think, defiant. You could say kind of melancholy or maybe sad, but to me, like, especially around her mouth, like she's looking right at us with her mouth closed, right? This is kind of like, the look that your mother gives you if you're in the grocery store and you're standing in line and you knock something over and your mother gives you this look. Get your butt. I don't know. That's a thought that came to my mind when I saw this. Certainly, you can make her look a little bit more happy if you want here. But I think in terms of just trying to get a painting of hers done here that I think would be inspiring and acceptable to people, I think this could work well. Chrissy says, Michael, before we start, that turquoise color I see in the background, I have trouble making this with lemon yellow and phthalo blue, which are the cools that I have. Advice. Well, how about we'll mix this color together, and then you can see how that works. Chrissy says, I ran of cerulean blue. Well, cerulean blue is roughly the cool blue that I'm using. Phthalo blue, I actually really like. I used to, when I paint with oil paints, I really like phthalo blue because I use kind of a nice expensive oil paint called Gamblin, and their phthalo blue is just, it's just so beautiful. It's phthalo is a synthetic color, but it's I would say probably one of the best synthetics out there. Is this a self-portrait? I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. What the Co says, she's so inspiring. Christina says she's fearless, or maybe she does fear, but does it anyway, which is inspiring on a whole other level. Yeah, and what the Co says, right. I agree. Right? It's like the fact that yeah, maybe the fact that she could be afraid but does it anyway is just so remarkable. Anyway, let's Ari says, what a wonderful lady. I agree. And Ari says, if I outlive my relatives, I want to do the same. What was I going to say about that? I had something. I guess what I was going to say, just to kind of summarize all of this, is what I find just so incredible is, to me, it seems like this is she's a really inspiring person that is showing us a way to stand up for what we believe in. She protests peacefully. She's not. It's an act of civil disobedience that is powerful, and it also makes me think of, like, this is a way for older women in particular to have a voice, because authorities are much less likely to beat up a little old lady than they are to beat up a little old man or someone of a man or woman or any other gender of any other age. It feels like to me that our society looks very poorly on people who mistreat older women, so I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud. It's like, this is one way for older women around the world to because, you know, there's old guys who are like I mean, most of our leaders are old men, right? And they seem to have no problem with the idea of going to war and fighting and killing and doing all sorts of things. But older women seem to have a bit more of a humanitarian, humanist perspective on things and seem to value life more than men. And you know, I think if you had like a legion of older retired women showing up to protests, it's a lot harder for agents in Russia or agents in the United States to just push those people over, because the optics of that, like, think about what the optics of some of the people that were recently murdered by agents in the United States. Those are healthy young adults, You do that same, and people are upset now, but imagine if it was someone like this great artist. I mean, that's just, you can't, no matter what side of the political spectrum you're on, that's totally unacceptable, right? So, I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. I find that really inspiring, and it just makes me think of, that is one of the unique capacities that women of an older generation have to speak truth to power. And I would hope that anyone maybe of Osipova's generation might feel inspired by this great woman, to potentially stand up for what they believe in. Christina says, I keep thinking of the quote, though she be but little, she is fierce. Christina says, the self-portrait comment was about the one you showed earlier, not the one we're painting, but carry on. Oh, okay, maybe it could be that one, or that one, maybe. It's possible that this one is actually titled, as far as I was able to determine online, Boy with Red Cat. Even though this figure looks kind of feminine from our Western points of view, it does make me wonder if this is potentially her own son, Ivan, who passed away in 2009. I don't know. Shoksio says, as a Palestinian, I find her so inspiring, especially since she's also against her government. She's so brave, putting herself on risk for the message. I totally agree, 100%. You know, I'm a pacifist myself, and so I think, you know, she's right up there in the Mount Rushmore of great pacifists like Martin Luther King and Gandhi. I want to elevate this person so that every person here in North America and in the West knows about her and finds inspiration from her and sees in her a way forward out of the chaos that we're mired in right now. Thank you, my brother or sister from Palestine. Thank you, or Palestinian. Maybe you're in Palestine right now. Maybe not, but okay. Let's get going, because I got to pick my daughter up from school I got just over 2 hours to paint. Okay. Lots of chocolate. Okay. Yeah, I think, however, all that deserves to be said, right? I don't feel bad about running late on talking about and really diving in deep as to why I feel she's so important. Okay. Now, typically what we might do at this stage is do what's called an underpainting. An underpainting is kind of like what it sounds like. It's the painting that's under the painting. And so underpainting is definitely one of those art terms that every artist has a different, distinct definition for. Often in these episodes, I think about an underpainting as maybe a way to preserve some details so that if we cover them with paint, let's say eyes, nose, lips, that we're not so worried about having lost those details that we can recover them in subsequent. However, having said that, if we do lose those details, we can always cut. What I would do is cut the shape of her face out so that we can kind of line it up with her hairline, put that back down there, use some carbon paper and retrace that image. So I'm just wondering, do we need to do... You know what? I feel 100% confident that if I lost my pencil lines, that I would be able to work on this painting very easily without it. But this is a painting class, and I've said that this is a class geared towards more novice painters. So, I think I'm going to do this step because it could be helpful for someone who's just getting started. Okay, so let's look at the original. Think about, we're going to paint a color under these colors. What could it be? You know, we might go black, but I think I'm going to go for this brown. Right, it's not too dark. It's actually very similar to the color we used that I mixed into my white to get this off color, off-white, kind of unbleached titanium. So I'm going to take my warm yellow, my warm red, and my warm blue. The more blue I put in here, the darker this brown is going to become. And I'm going to maybe err a little bit more on the darker side of things. If I put a lot of blue and a lot of red, then this color is going to start going from brown into purple. Now, unlike crossing from one country to another, it's not like when you get to there's no dividing line between purple and brown. It just sort of, at one point you're like, oh, just me, or is this purple all of a sudden? Right? Because often I hear people like, this color, this brown, it's purple. I'm like, well, it's kind of a purplish brown. And you just have to ask, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. It's all up to you. Okay, so how about let's just zoom in a little bit here. So you see I'm painting pretty quickly without much concern about accuracy. Yeah, you know what, let's do the outer edges of her hair. Okay, yeah, I think it's probably good enough. I can get my rag and clean this off. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna give this a quick little blow dry. I love this painting. That is so cool. I'm so glad we're doing this. Okay. LF Fanbro says, hello, guys. Hello. You were there in the chat earlier, though, right? So, let's go to the next step. Okay, now that I think we've got the painting set up and ready for us to rock and roll. So next thing I want to do is work a little bit in the background. Maybe not finish it, because I might start it, do a little bit of work in the foreground, come back to the background, and then ideally end in the foreground so that my final brushstrokes might be overlapping on top of some of my background brushstrokes to help the viewer understand that one thing is in front of the other, that the foreground is in fact in front of the background. Okay, I think Christine was talking about this kind of emerald greenish color. So where do we want to, how do we, let's mix that color. We'll try to help get as close as possible to that color. In fact, maybe let's put these side by side so we can see. So we'll put that there. Okay, so what I'm going to do, yeah, I'll start with smaller brush. Let's start with smaller brush. I'm going to take my cool yellow, and I might even just start right in here with my white and mix this in here, because a feature of this color is some white. If I don't put the white in there, it's going to look really greenish, and we kind of want this emeraldy teal color, and so it's got a bit of a pastel quality. So I'm going to start with just a small amount of blue and put this into the color. I want you to kind of see how this is unfolding here. Okay, let's add a bit more. Okay, I think we're getting close, but we're gonna need more white in here. A bit more blue. Now, on camera, this still looks a little bit on the darker side, although, you know what, let's, I'm going to add a bit more blue even here. More blue, let's put a bit more white in there. Just going to hold it in front. I think maybe even a bit more blue. Okay, that's pretty close. I don't know how it, if that looks good on your end. But I think in terms of on my side of things, that is about as close as I can get. If I wanted a much more teal color, like we might see in like the San Jose Sharks hockey team is famous for its teal. We would, instead of having a lot of yellow, I would have done the opposite. I would start with a lot of blue and then add some white and then add just a little bit of yellow into that color. Okay. So I'm going to take my teal. Let's bring this back. And I'm just going to have a little bit of fun kind of painting this color around. Like, I'm not sure. It's hard to tell if there is this color everywhere and if she's just covered a lot of it up with white. I'm not sure. You can put a bit off the edges here. There's obviously going to be some of the same color on her face as well. Okay. You know, in fact, I'm going to take some of this blue, bring this same color in here. This is, again, all cool colors in white thus far. So I like painting these edges a little bit. I know she did not do this, but especially when the painting starts to get really filled up with color, sometimes it's kind of nice just to be able to see some evidence of that color later on in a painting. I'm that guy at museums who's suspiciously looking very carefully at the sides of the painting. Security guards are like, what is that guy doing? Is he gonna steal this painting? Does he think we're not onto him? When in reality, I'm just sort of looking at the corners, trying to think about, like, how is this made? Like, what evidence can I spot? So I'm just, okay, if I put white right into this right now, it's just going to kind of blend into some, well, in fact, let's do a little bit of it. I'll just show you. Let's just, instead of me just talking, let's just do it. I'm going to clean my brush a little bit, though. Right, I'm not going to bother completely cleaning it because it's going to get dirty really quickly. But, you know, if I now take this brush, well, you can see this is how quickly acrylics dry, right? Is a lot of this color is already very dry. I'm not worried about going over top of some of my outlines here. All right, that's one of the reasons I painted them in the underpainting process, so that I would be able to see them kind of coming through. I'm just going to look at this painting. Seeing behind her, it seems a little bit brighter. So, yeah, maybe let's. I'm going to take a bit of the same color. Maybe I'm going to bring a bit of it back into here. I do see, oops, let's bring some yellow. To me it looks like a little bit of warm yellow in this color. So I'm going to take a bit of my warm yellow, let it kind of dirty up a little bit. Okay, now I could sit around and doodle for a while here, but I want to, I think, move to the foreground, and then I can always come back and fiddle around in the foreground again. It's tricky because I've got different images of the same painting that appear very different. And that could be super frustrating, obviously, but it can also give us a lot of permission to inject our own creativity in this painting. So let's... We got our background started. Again, I'm not sure exactly how close I am. because I got two very different images as inspiration for this one. So let's go on and start painting things like her skin, her hair, her clothes, and then we can come back once we see more of those colors starting to fill in the painting. It might give us a better idea of how we want to tackle the background, which could even be different than the way Osipova did her own painting, right? Okay. Where do I want to start here? You know, I'm going to put a little bit of this green. Don't want to do that. Okay, so there's that green on her face, around her mouth, eyes. Should we do that now? It's hard to say what she did first. Yeah, how about I'm going to take some of this color right now. Same color I just used for the background. And all as placeholders for now. Now we're going to mix this skin tone, this kind of peachy color. I'll need some more white. So I'm going to take my warm red and white and blend that together. So now I've got a warm pink. I'm going to take a little bit of my warm yellow. Bring this warm yellow in here is going to give it a bit more of a peachy-like quality. Of course, it's still very pink. So I'm going to lighten it up here. I'm going to use that color elsewhere, but now often I put a little bit of blue in here to make it go a bit brown, but I don't really see much of a brownish quality in that flesh tone. I think she painted this underneath all of this too. just going to take a little bit of the darker color that I mixed up. More warm yellow into this color. So I've just been adding some warm yellow. I'm just going to take even more warm yellow now. So if it's not evident already, a big part of this approach to painting is kind of quick and expressive. We're not worried about making something that looks super realistic. We're kind of allowing ourselves to play, especially at the outset of the painting like this. I'm going to use my brown that I created earlier, but I'm just going to like quadruple this recipe here. So this is my warm yellow, warm red, warm blue. In fact, I'm going to go to an even smaller brush. This is a new brush that I just bought. do I want to do? Do I want to go darker? You know, let's go for... I'm just going to take my warm red now, actually. Let's just go right into the warm red. Take some bold red brush strokes. I don't know about you, but I see these sort of like dotted lines there. Okay. Let's start putting some warm blue in a few places. I'm going to take some white, some warm blue in here. Maybe I'll make it less tinted, less white in there a little bit. You know, it's a little bit of a dusty color here. Let's take a bit of warm red and just bring that in there. I'm just going to mute this blue a little bit. It does look a little bit blue on the palette, but that's I don't mind that. Or a little bit purple on the palette. Just saw big blobs of texture I didn't notice before. I just want to get rid of those. Okay. I think I want to go back to the background now. And I kind of want to try to resolve my background. Okay, so I'm happy now because I've got basically all the basic colors in place. Maybe not even the right colors, but I got color everywhere here. And now I can start to fine tune and get closer to what I want. And my initial, for the past, half hour, 45 minutes, I've filled this whole thing up. Very energetic, wild brushstrokes. Now for the next, probably hour, how much time do I got left here? Yeah, about an hour. I have time to kind of slow down and start to get a little bit more precise. So while I was using my brush and just going wild here, now I start to kind of maybe use a smaller brush, and maybe the brush strokes aren't quite as energetic. And sometimes people have a hard time transitioning from those energetic brush strokes to more precise brush strokes. On the other hand, some people have a hard time being really expressive, and they want to be very precise from the very beginning. So this is kind of an example of a painting where we've kind of got two different, I would say kind of two different phases. So let's, in the background, again, it's like, look how much white appears in this version of the painting that is on the wall right here on the left versus the same painting over her shoulder right here. It's so hard to square this. So again, you kind of have that version of the painting versus this version of the painting. Gosh, I don't know what to do. I think it really comes down to one's own personal taste. Like, how is it that those brushstrokes there? I don't know. This is probably done in a much darker environment, so it's probably also due to the lights in her apartment. I am tempted to, this one here where we got a lot of natural light, a little bit kind of bluer, whiter light coming in through the windows versus what might be a little bit more of a yellowish incandescent light bulbs inside, maybe later on at night. Okay, so one possible solution in order to do this is to take my white, and I'm going to apply what's called matte medium here. Matte medium is just clear paint. It's paint without any color. It's what's in the paint before they put the color in there. So I'm putting about 50-50 white and matte medium in here. So what that's going to do is going to make my white much more transparent. I'm almost worried that it's still pretty opaque. Okay, so let's do that again. Rather than just add more and more and more here, I'm going to take a bit of that color I mixed before and just add it to more matte medium. right? So you can see the difference between that one and that one. So this can give me the opportunity to maybe more carefully apply white and potentially build up areas that I want there to be, quote, more whitish. Make sure all that's in focus this whole time. Okay. Okay, that's pretty subtle. I'd say it's making a 15% change in the color. I'm using a smaller brush here. So doing this, instead of being kind of like one or the other, super saturated or super white or color, I'm being a little bit more. I can do much more subtle not gradients. Well, this is kind of a gradient. Yeah, I kind of like this. Yeah, okay. And I'm using a smaller brush. I'm doing these much smaller little brush strokes. Gives me a little bit more control. And I can also add or leave a little bit more texture here too. So I can either, if I feel like I'm not going bold enough, I can either just add more white into my matte medium mixture here, or just let this dry and then just go back over a second time and add a little bit more paint over the same area. And if I was to do it, you know, maybe 5 or 6 layers, it would just be completely white again. So you can buy matte medium at any art supply store. They often, if you really like it, you can get a big pail of it. I've got a big pail of it that I use for my classes. Okay, so maybe I'm going to go back to the previous mixture, which again was about 50-50 white and matte mediums. It's going to be much more concentrated. But I'm going to go to some areas where I feel like I want to be a little bit bolder. Again, it's still not fully opaque, but areas where I feel like, you know what, it needs to get whiter faster. Okay. I think I'm gonna do the same thing on her face, or you know what? Let's save her face. Okay, let's. How about, do I want to go even bolder? Maybe there's a few places where I want to go pure white, almost pure white in the background here. Okay, what if I go... Can I go the other way while I'm here? Let's take a bit of this blue. My cool blue. I'm going to do the same thing with my green from earlier. I should also say that as I'm working on this, I'm not looking too carefully at the original here. I'm glancing at it, as you can see right now, but I'm just taking little cues from it. I'm not at all worried about getting the exact brushstrokes in the same place. Okay, let's move on from that. Right? Or do I want to put a little bit... She does use some pretty solid white around the edges. So what if we do that? Take some just pure white in a few places. let's move on. I think good enough for the background. Okay, I think, again, I feel like the background is the one that's most difficult for me because the two photos I have of the same painting are so radically different that I kind of have to choose one or the other or make up my own version based on what I see there. I'm going to say I hope I'm done with the background, but it won't surprise me if later on I go and put a little bit more white outlining the hair, because it looks like that's what she might have done. It's also possible, it kind of almost looks like she did a bit of that white as maybe some of the very last brushstrokes on her painting. There's no rule saying that you have to end in the foreground. You can always do some stuff in the background, but okay, so let's now tackle the face. What do I want to do next? Well, you know, I've been using a bunch of this white. Let's continue with this white, because I think there's places where we can use the same white that we had before, that we were just using in the background. So we have like full strength white under here, white that's 50-50 with matte medium, and this one is maybe 75% matte medium to 25% white, maybe even a bit more matte medium in that mixture. I'm going to start with my more diluted white, and let's start putting this in some places. This way I can kind of build up to where I want to go. If I feel like, whoa, that was too much, then I haven't kind of gone too far, right? I can build up a bit, do multiple layers of this. So it looks like some of these areas definitely need a more opaque white. So how about let's just transition to that. I'm going to go to my more opaque white, not fully opaque, but it's about 50-50 as I mentioned before. I see a bit of blue. I'm taking my warm blue and some white, putting that into these eyes. That's a bit too far, but that's okay, because we can always lighten it back up again. Start with that. Now, I would say probably in all likelihood some of this white that's in her hair is actually just the canvas that she left untouched from the beginning. Some of it, although some of this up here I think is white she's adding into it. So it looks like the bridge of her nose is just pure white. I know her eyes look like they're rolling back into her head. It's because I was painting in some of the whites of her eyes. I remember I painted it blue originally, so it's not just pure white. There's some color there. And as I go, I'm gonna remove some of that. I know a criticism could be like, well, why go through this painting and now put all this white back on there when you could have just left those areas blank to begin with at the very start? Great question, right? Really, it comes down to I'm not smart enough, or maybe not, I'm too impatient to be able to know exactly where to leave areas blank. And so I need to kind of do a little bit of painting, have a little bit of fun, get color onto the palette, or from the palette onto the page or canvas. And then once I do that, it becomes maybe more apparent to me where I went a little bit too far. You know, if we were painting with watercolor paints, which are almost purely additive, meaning you can't really hide a color, paint over, like you can, there's no law saying you can't use white acrylic or something to block out or erase a mistake when you paint with watercolor, but it really stands out like a sore thumb where you have done stuff like that. It usually brings maybe more attention to it than it would be if you just left it alone. And I wouldn't even really consider what I'm doing now like a mistake or fixing things. It's just part of the painting process. Might add a little bit more of one color and then realize that was too much. It doesn't all have to be done perfectly, step by step by step by step, and then turns out to be a masterpiece. It's a conversation, it's a dialogue you're having with the painting, and sometimes you go a little bit too far, you gotta walk something back a little bit. I think if I tried to be really careful and put the brushstrokes exactly where they need to be, it would kind of defeat it would be kind of antithetical to the way this painting is painted, in which it's very expressive and energetic, and I want to keep that energy in this painting. Oh, you know what? I think I want some white down here. Someone's sending lots of love. I appreciate that. I see the hearts showing up all over there in the chat. That's cool. Okay, so you can see this painting, you know, has gone through some ups and downs where there's been times where it looked really far from, like, especially at the beginning, obviously you're so far away from the end, and then it kind of felt like, whoa, I'm 10 brushstrokes from being done, and then now it's like, oh, I feel like I'm so far away again. Oh my goodness. That's okay. That's part of the painting process. It's like this roller coaster ride. I think if I was a beginner painter and I'm on that roller coaster ride, you know, you kind of get to the stage you're like, I think I should just get off this roller coaster. This is a disaster. What on earth have I done here? Oh, I feel further away from the end than I did an hour ago. Like, did I just waste the past hour of my life? What is going on here? It's just important just to hold a little bit tighter onto that roller coaster bar because, you know, it's kind of, we're going down, but we're going to come right back up here in a second. You just have to kind of have faith that you're on the right track, you're doing the right thing. Let's kind of zoom in here. I'm going to tackle her lips next. Okay, I think there's something really wonderful with what she's done here on the lips. I almost have never seen anybody do this in this type of a painting before. So I'm kind of excited to do this here. She's sort of capturing kind of the folds in the lips. So they're kind of going in this direction, right? Right? Doesn't it just feel like we're going further and further from our goal here? Okay, I think I'm going to transition now to my brown that I had made earlier. I used this for her hair, and it's very similar to the color I used for my the underpainting earlier. Swooping line right through here. Oh, where did all that color come from? It fell off the tip of my finger somehow. You know what, maybe I'll skip that then. I'm going to use a lighter brown for some of that. Okay. So I'm going to take this, my warm yellow, and maybe just mix this together where my brown is. So I want less intense. Let's maybe zoom back a little bit too. using increasingly more warm yellow with less and less brown here. Oh, I need more brown on that other eye, don't I? Okay, let's put that same brown. Here. Okay. I'm going to take my matte medium. Get a bunch of that on my brush, and then I'm going to take some of my brown. So this darker brown, but I'm diluting it. This way I can paint some of this stuff right next to her eyes. To blow dry that, I think. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly blow dry that. Okay. Have good big sip of tea before you move on to the final big step here at the home stretch. We're about to start the finishing touches. I would say mostly it's going to be just painting some black into this painting. I think all of a sudden it's going to come into focus, and any kind of anxiety we might have felt will start to disappear. Knock on wood, right? But generally when we put those black lines in here, and it's going to add some extreme contrast, especially next to some whites and yellows and pinks, that all of a sudden contrast is what makes our painting pop. And we do have a pretty good level of contrast. We got a lot of white. We got some darker values, like maybe some of these blues and browns. But once the black comes in here, that's just going to go to a whole other level. And most successful paintings have a high degree of contrast. Not that there aren't examples of paintings that are low contrast, but I would say that is something that can take an artist like a lifetime to learn to do effectively, to manage those very subtle contrasts. So I'm taking my cool yellow and my cool blue. All right, make a beautiful bright green. And the opposite of that bright green is my warm red on the opposite side of the color wheel. So let's bring this back here. And if we mix this into proper proportions, we're going to get a black. That's pretty close. It's hard to tell when it's so dark, but that still looks kind of a little bit like a dark green. And so that tells me that I need more red in here. I might have just put too much red. Often it kind of does that. It kind of, when you're mixing your own black, it's kind of like steering a boat. Right, it's very easy to oversteer, and then you go from like one side, woo, all the way to the other side, and back and forth. And ideally landing back in the middle. I think that's close. Let's say now we might be a little bit on the brown side, so I'm going to take a bit more blue. Put that in there. And now we've got, I think, pretty close to actual black. It's not perfect black. Again, all of these paints contain a little bit of titanium white as a filler, and you can even see that often on the back of the paint tube. It might even say that. And I think there was a little, I noticed a bit of white when I was mixing my colors that was in my blue anyway that I scooped in there. So, but that's okay. If I want it to get even more black, then I can use my black tube of paint to put that. And so I always think of that, of actual black as like a fire extinguisher that we use in case of emergency if this isn't black enough. And I like having that fire extinguisher or reserve parachute or whatever you want to think about it, because sometimes it happens where, you know, the contrasts just aren't intense enough. And so then I've got this in my back pocket as an opportunity. So let's start down here because I need to take care of her clothes and everything. realizing that that should curve. Yeah, there we go. Okay, you know what? There's some gray in here. Let's tackle a little bit of gray right now. So I'll take my black. Let's put it into this white, because this is my white that has a lot of glazing fluid. This is going to make it a bit of a transparent gray. Or sorry, my matte medium, sorry. Any more gray? Maybe a bit in her hair up top here. Okay. About 10. minutes to wrap it up. Good, good. About there on track. Okay. Maybe I'm just going to give everything a little blow dry because I'm going to get my hands over the painting here. And I don't know how this lump has kind of formed here, but that's okay. Let me think about some of this here. Let's just keep moving forward. I'm trying to decide. Like, one thing I sometimes do is sometimes when I'm painting like this, I start to kind of over outline and things start to kind of get really stiff, and I want to try to preserve some of the energy in her painting here. So I just have to be careful about overdoing it. Okay, I got it. Okay, I'm running out of time here. Right. It's hard to. I'm almost like I'm deliberately trying to make this line a little bit wild and messy, and because even though I'm painting much slower than I'm sure she painted at this stage of the painting. I'm not sure exactly what's happening down there. It's so dark. Let's just move on to the bottom. Our dress down here. I'm assuming this is some sort of like pattern maybe on the clothes. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Oops. Got paint in the middle of the painting down here, so I'm just going to take a rag, dip it in some water, wipe. Ooh, I didn't notice I got it all over the place up here. Again, I kind of feel like my painting's a little bit too precise in some places, but just gonna put some of this warm blue in a few places over here. It's a little bit more saturated than she used. Maybe a bit of my green again. Okay, I think, okay, I gotta run. Okay. Ah, man, hate having to run to school to get my daughter. Okay, what am I doing here? Okay, we are at the end of today's lesson and session and focus on this incredible artist. I wanted to take a moment to take a look at both paintings, hers and mine, and just compare and contrast between the master and the apprentice here and just see how they turned out. Before we do so, just encourage you to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. If you want to support the channel, feel free to leave a donation there in the chat. $5, $1, it helps keeps the lights on. That's what the PayPal address looks like. You can also send a check or money order, all those things, all those links are down below. But I would strongly suggest leaving a donation instead of towards me, but on behalf of today's artist towards some of the links that help support, like Doctors Without Borders, help provide medical aid for families, children who are caught in the crossfire during Russia's illegal occupation of Ukraine. And there's other places around the world that are also in dire need of support. Please take a photograph, whatever you create, upload it to our Facebook group so we can celebrate your achievement. I'd love to see what you got. Our next free bonus episode's taking place in about 3 weeks in February, so I would love to celebrate your work, even if it's drawings that you made. I would still love to see the drawings you did from the free drawing course, which is getting close to our 6th anniversary. So, how did this turn out, right? There's the original Elena Osipova's Portrait of a Woman, as I don't know the exact title of it, but there's her version, and then there's my version next to it. We did talk about how there is, so that's that version versus this one, which seems a little bit more green than this one, because I basically tried to find, there's the one photograph there, and then here's another photograph of the same painting but different lighting conditions, different angles. So the question would be is, which painting are we kind of trying to replicate here or use as inspiration? I kind of tried to thread the needle by going in towards both, maybe getting some of the little bit more of the white in here, but also bringing out a little bit more of the green that's in this version. Although I guess I could really have put more green in her face according to that. Anyway, so I'm going to keep it to this one here because it's the highest resolution version I have. Again, one of the things that I often find is when I'm making these paintings is things tighten up a little bit, get more precise. One of the things I love about hers is just kind of how wild it is, more expressive, where mine feels just a little bit more calm, less wild. Still okay. One thing I was thinking about many times is her neck. In the original, she was able to capture that in a way that I don't feel quite confident I did in my own painting, and it makes her look like she's got a goiter or something here, versus the original, it feels... Anyway, that's an example of a master at work. Didn't quite get it in mine. Let's zoom in here. Maybe we'll start near the bottom down here. Gotta run. Okay, I feel pretty good about how all this turned out down there. I tried to add a little bit of color. I'm not sure how much of that color was actually there, but I put it there anyway to try to just give it lots of nuance. I like the pattern that she did on the dress. I think that's quite nice. I might have over accentuated some of those brush strokes, that yellow that's there. Let's look at her hair over here now. Again, you can see kind of how wild, expressive all those brush strokes in there, and I'm trying to define something where it's maybe there isn't any definition. Actually, let's go all the way up here. I guess I even see a little bit of purple going on there. I didn't even notice that previously. Oops. Where's the edge? There we are. Again, the other versions definitely, if you're like, why? You should have painted that a lot more white. Oh, yeah, we talked about that. Let's see, her hair over here. And maybe I could have cleaned, made that a little bit more messy, in fact. Oops, what was that? Whew, scared me there for a second. So let's look at her face here. I also noticed that her chin is a bit pointier than I've done here. I could try to add that, but I'm fine with it just as it is. One of the things, there's a few things that I love about hers that, again, is the way that she painted those lips. I think that's really unusual, really cool. That's something I'm going to put in my back pocket for the future. And also this kind of dotted red line. I think it's supposed to be like eyelashes, or maybe, the makeup or something. I think it's supposed to be eyelashes, but just these little red dashes I think is really cool innovation. And she managed to make it work. That's something I've never seen anybody do, these kinds of things quite like that before. And you often see that in great artists, is like somebody do something, it's like, whoa, that's cool, okay, let's use that. Maybe just last tear up in the forehead. There's something really, I'm not the way that she's brushing the paint in and around there is pretty wild too. I didn't quite get that, and I Could spend a little more time on there, but I am out of time. I gotta run here. So let's just bring this back up on screen. Okay, thank you everyone for painting along with me, keeping me company, and helping me to honor this great artist that I've said many times I think is really one of the great artists, living artists, but also an inspiring example of how to peacefully resist a government that is out of control and starting wars illegally and detaining, arresting citizens that disagree with them. Sound familiar? I don't know. I don't know. Something maybe. I don't know. Sounds like something going on in the world right now that's happening outside of Russia. And again, I haven't often featured very many Russian artists as Ukrainian myself, but this is a Russian who is one of the few that is standing up, that has a conscience, that is risking her life every day to do the right thing, and I think that is something that needs to be applauded. I want her to know that there are people who are paying attention, not just in St. Petersburg, but here on the other side of the planet, that support you, recognize the hard work, the lengths that you have gone to, if you're listening, and you are an inspiration to myself and generations of other people. You're an incredible artist, and I just can't say enough. I'm blessed to be on the planet while you're here. And I hope that the troubles that you are highlighting are over soon for the benefit of all of us. Just think, if more and more people spent their time, like Putin and Trump, made paintings instead of murder, how much more beautiful our planet would be and more peaceful. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elena, for showing us the way. We'll see you guys again in a future episode. Take care. Have a great night. Many blessings to you, and we'll paint again very soon. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Gotta go, go, go.